There we go. Good morning, everyone, and a happy One Up Wednesday. Okay, there we go. Right. What are we doing? We are doing tab indices. That's what we're doing. All right. So let's start by clearing all this out, shall we? Oh yeah, well, we're making that thing work. Oof, busy day. Is it Wednesday? It's Tuesday. I've always been ahead of my time. Let me go and push this onto the Discord. Alright, let's go here. Post. Terminal Twitch chat. Snap. There we go. Whoops. All right. Hello, Enrico. How you doing? Also, I'm curious about the life you lead, Nightshade, because two people asked me to ban you. And when I asked people why, what did they do? I never got an answer. So I'm guessing maybe you banned someone in a channel somewhere and then they're upset about that. I wouldn't take it serious. It's not a serious thing, right? I just thought it was funny, right? We'll make that pub super only. And we're going to have a function here that will be to ref. Now that's kind of weird. Let's go and return an event ref here. Let's call it mute instead. I don't think this was a serious thing, by the way. I think this was like a joke, okay, more than anything. So it's not something I would take seriously. But I do like that guy. He's like, oh, yeah, I was banned for no reason, and then I was like 60 repeat of the same political message. People are innocent until the logs come out, right? But I defended you, Nightshade. I said, no, we're not banning Nightshade. He's a good egg. Alright, event queue is going to have a mutable reference to self dot event queue. But here, you don't have to feel the burden of being a moderator, okay? Here you can just relax. But there is no Balatro today, okay? There is no Balatro. I want to play Balatro, but I cannot justifiably do so today. Peace out. I'm not having any of your non-Balatro pacifist bullshit. I want aggressive Balatro or nothing. Oh, it's so good, right? But you get a little done when you're playing Balatro. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. I get a little done when I'm playing Balatro. When you play Balatro, I still get things done. It is past midnight. There you go, right? I don't understand people. Okay, that's just an observation. I need to open this up. See. And that's off. Okay, cool. Right, I was building some kind of public interface to this. Impl events queue mute. This thing's gonna be all crank if we don't give it a lifetime. Skip. Okay. So maybe I should explain what I'm doing. I'm drinking tea and it's delicious. It's out of this fine cup that says Hoppy Days. It's my kid's mug. It's the second day I've stolen it. But it's very big. It's a big cup. You can fit a lot of tea in here. I also have a coffee here. Here's my coffee. So we're going to drink that. It's probably cold enough now. Is it getting better every day? I can't tell. I think since I don't have anything in my coffee that I would like to try different qualities of coffee, right? Too many brain dolphins, right? It sure was. Yeah, the pull request is sitting there waiting. It's sitting here waiting for me to merge it into main. Look at all the stuff that has changed. This is endless. It's not endless, but there's a lot going on here. Oh wow, okay, the scroll bar didn't quite keep up. There's a lot of change, man. So yeah, there's a bug that I know of that I'm gonna fix now. Then we're gonna go and do some. Then we're gonna go and do some other things. Who that? Doddy. Just fixing that, then we can merge. So we're gonna leave the text thing alone for now, but yes. Mismatched types? What do you want? Okay. That's what we're gonna do. We could flatten it as well. Right, so now we have to move that to our test. So instead of having... Oh, no, we did that already. All right, but this is called events now. So that's going to be events new. Whoops. Right, it needs debug implementation. There we go. All right, so that's going to be events.push. But we're not doing that here, so get rid of that. There we go. So what am I doing here, right? I'm making a slightly more convenient API to use for our tests. So if you look at how testing looks now, it looks like this. But it's not very descriptive what any of this means. So we're changing it to this instead to make this work. So we're going to have press, we're going to have next frame, we're going to press next frame and then stop, right? That's going to make a lot more sense when we get to it. But let's make that work now. So let's have a press function on this thing. Pub fn stop. Just the bubbles. How you doing? Hello, I disappeared. I do that sometimes. Thank you so much for the sub. How you doing? Push back some component event stop. And then, is it press? Yeah. Key event. Ah, my eye is itchy. There we go. And I think that's all we need for now. Okay, nice. Doing amazingly well, thank you. I got my tea, I've had my coffee. I only have 4 warnings and we're not going to keep those around for long. And maybe this thing will even work now. All right. So we're gonna translate this to what we have here. So that will be backend.events dot skip the first one. Press, car press, space. I don't know why I did an underscore there. And then skip. And then stop. And that's this whole thing on one line there. And state change, you're going to be different too. Backend.events. No, skip. Skip the first one. And then press. And then skip. And then stop. I think instead of calling it skip, we're going to call it next, right? Okay, this thing is complaining. Hello, Fergus. How you doing? Okay, private field on tab index. Event 24. No, that's tab index. All right, let's just comment out this entire test then. Let's see, we'll go. Events. Okay, so that's not a method. Let's go into our backend over here somewhere. Test backend, and let's have a function here called events self. And this will return self.events.as mute. I think that's the word, or is it to mute? Yeah, that should be as mute. Actually, that should be a mute ref instead. That's the better name for it. Mute ref. Snap. All tickety-boo. All good. Could not complain. I mean, I could, but it takes so much work. I'm going to complain about that now. No, mute ref, yeah. And that, of course, needs to return something. That's going to return events, mute, some finicky lifetime that no one cares about. I know I do, but you don't have to. I care, so you don't have to. All right, skip is not a thing. No, we called it next, didn't we? Like so. Hello, Pharaoh. How you doing? Have a good sleep, Nightshade. I'm sure the mistakes are just learnings in disguise. Okay, you got this, buddy. Right, so all of these now have to keep returning self, and then we're done. So that one returns self. Hey, look at that. But wait, there is more. Ooh, Nelly. There we go, right? Ah, you've peaked. Got it. All good, Pharaoh. I mean, as long as you're getting work done, then we're all good, right? If you're watching this and you get things done by not watching this, so you're not watching this, then that's a win, isn't it? That made sense. Or I can teach you some Rust. The first thing you need to do is accept single life. Okay, let's move on to the tab index test then, which is what I started in the first place, right? Private field. No, that's called next, not next frame. Maybe that should be called next frame. The first thing you need to know is that you know nothing. Isn't that just one of those facts of life, right? Why do we all think that we are gonna be different when we get older? So we're babies, and then we die from old age. So we're babies, and then we become children, and then we'll be like, look at our parents and be like, you old, right? I'm not gonna be like you when I grow up, and then slowly we ease into that grandpa-shaped hole that is made in the world for us. Like every stage of life, we keep thinking that we're not going to. I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I think every individual, we get to a certain point where new things are no longer relevant. We sort of like, it's not that we've given up. It's just that we are comfortable, right? And we don't need anything new. And all the kids will be like, oh my God, JavaScript. And we're like, no, it's okay, man. I mean, you put the cringe in there, right? I didn't, but yeah. No, it's partially a joke, right? But I do think that a lot of us think that we're gonna be different when we get older. I remember being young, looking at like the senior developers, thinking that why aren't you guys more interested in new technology? Well, I mean, you'll figure it out though, right? I'm not, no spoilers, no live spoilers, but you'll figure it out. But you gotta think one step ahead. If you're a young person watching this, you gotta think one step ahead. Don't you think that every old person that you've encountered thought the same as you when they were young? And why do you think you're gonna be different? It's like we're all these insane heroes of our own stories, right? Where we're gonna break the mold, we're gonna be different, we're gonna do things differently, and then slowly but surely you find yourself sitting in your underpants, wearing a singlet, watching, you know, Emmerdale, wondering how you got there. But I think it could give you an edge, right? Being young, knowing what's to come, is not the same thing as being young and giving up because of what's to come, right? Look at it as an understanding of what you're gonna do, right? Maybe this is a realization that you should probably get on with things and not procrastinate anymore, because at some point you just stop caring, maybe, right? White socks with sandals? I thought you were American, Nightshade. That sounds very European on a holiday to me. I haven't had white socks in a very long time. I haven't listened to White Stripes in a very long time either. Yeah, it's a thing, but it's like it's a little bit of a joke as well. I'm not gonna stereotype people, but yeah, there are people who wear socks in open toe sandals, right? You can have slippers, or you can have some kind of weird holiday loafer, which means you have, you know, a weird style maybe. You can wear socks in that. But wear shorts, and then you have like the socks in your flip-flops, and you pull the socks all the way up, right? Make sure that your socks are just about that far away from your kneecaps, basically. You'll be good, man. Wikipedia says they do not link, or it didn't happen. Okay? They do not, Nightshade. You are winding us up. No, get wrecked, old man. Well, this person gets minus points for not having like higher socks, right? Your socks should be up to here, okay, for maximum impact. I don't like ways. Dr. Soydberg. I had to make sure I was still on Wikipedia, man. Hey, Bonin, you got it. Good work. Can we just appreciate this for a while? So back in sort of 300 to 500 CE, people's toes were a lot longer, okay? Evidence number 3. The murderer had very long toes. There are, well, for socks, I don't know, you should probably just wash your socks, right? I mean, I change my socks sometimes more than once a day, but for some reason, I'm looking at my socks now. Yep. Every one of my socks get a hole almost instantly, right? And it's not about the quality of the sock or whatever. Somehow, my feet are made of rocks, or I step really hard, or I don't know what I do. But socks, expensive socks are wasted on me. I just ruin them, right? But you want to take care of your feet, man. You got to use this for a while. The shoe history is fascinating. I'm gonna not make a joke there, Rico, out of respect for you now. In the 1900s, there were no left or right shoes, just a shoe. I mean, that was so much easier. I still have RNL printed on my shoes, okay? One day I can move away from the Velcro. Classic. Okay, this looks familiar, but I am not sure. What do we got here? Yeah, I mean, this is clearly someone who's really excited and is like saying hi to his friend who's undergone some kind of beauty surgery. But what is it? It's not Starship Troopers, no. Maybe I haven't played this. I feel like I should have known what this is by now, but I don't. No, I don't know this game. Natural Selection, 2012. That's before I was born. Sorry, that's clearly true. Hello, Priven. All right, well, look at the artwork since I failed so miserably. No, don't know what this is. I would say Prison Break, but apparently there is no Prison Break. Prison Architect. Is this some kind of shitty Street Fighter thing? Yeah, this is a Street Fighter. I recognize the Vega Claw there, but I don't know which Street Fighter it is. So, okay, Alpha 3. I really didn't care much for any Street Fighter past 2. Don't know who this prison dude is. I mean, we recognize that dude, that dude, but really, I mean, come on, man. All right, can we just admire the Dr. Zoidberg socks for a little bit longer? And all right, let's get on with it. Thank you for that. Yeah, shitty. I'm sorry, but anything other than Street Fighter 2 is just nah. Right? See, I didn't want to say that, Nightshade, because that perpetuates the stereotype, and I don't want like Bonin to feel bad. Do you mean Tor as in Tor browser, TOR, as in torn onion browser and all that? Is that what you mean, Faro? Right. Or is that like a... Yeah, the onion browser. No, I'm not using that. The whole like dark web thing also never really interested me that much. So I grew up when the internet was wild already. The day we introduced online payment is the day we ruined the internet. It was just a slow decline since then. It's not even that slow. Before that, internet was wild, right? People had their various websites saying and doing various shit. There were various chat networks, and internet was an adventure back then. You would go and explore. There wasn't really any powerful search engines or anything like that, right? So what kind of happened over the years is that everything became adverts and online shopping. All websites and everything was funneled into Google. They kind of just grabbed the whole thing. And now people just visit the same websites over and over again, right? It used to be, when I was a kid, you could visit like 10, 20 new websites every time you went to browse the web, right? 10, 20 new websites. You saw them for the first time. You might see them again. You might not. There was like actual interesting, readable information out there. There was a lot of like cool stuff. Interesting people to talk to. Everyone thought that any girl you talked to was actually a 40-year-old truck driver. I don't know why they were always truck drivers though. Like, truck drivers has a lot more free time than everyone else, so they pretend to be little girls online. I don't know, but it was always a 40-year-old truck driver, right? And so you go and explore and do all these things, right? There were a few places where you could have your own website, like GeoCities, Angel Fire, and I think there was one called Cyber Cities as well. And the email wasn't all about Viagra, which is now gone. The spam and just mutated. And yeah, it was kind of like, it was different. But for some reason, and it was wild, right? You'd have some random dude just posting recipes on how to make crystal meth or whatever. And it was out there. And it was a little bit like, you were responsible for yourself when you were browsing the web, right? There were no seatbelts or airbags. It was Wild West. Anyone could post or do anything out there. And it was crazy. It was wild, right? You didn't browse the web thinking that someone was looking over your shoulder. But people probably do that today. Now, admittedly, I don't think I want my child to have as readily available access to the internet as I had when I was a child. But it was a mixture of horrifying stuff and exciting stuff and interesting people, and like the idea that you could connect with someone on the other side of the world. I remember talking to this other guy on a chat service, and we had so much in common. But this guy lived in Alaska and I didn't. We had so much in common that for some reason I felt like this person and we gotta be like almost the same. We had so much in common. We chatted. The chat service died or whatever happened, and we lost touch because that was the only place where we chatted. And I have no idea what happened with that person today, right? And I probably never will find out what happened, but it was remarkable, right? To talk to people and interact with people. There wasn't even an abundance of trolling, right? Like, people were being assholes, but not the kind of Reddit or Hacker News level of assholery, right? Sure, absolutely. You read the news groups and there's plenty of elitism there, right? Or you go a little bit later forward in time. You look at the early days of like Arch Linux forums, right? But it was really wild, and people were kind of doing whatever they wanted, and most importantly, you never felt watched, right? Now, anything you do, this is how institutionalized we become, right? Anything you do, you assume that someone is watching you, don't you, right? Your ISP is watching you, which is, I mean, it's not the reason why we have secure socket layer or transport layer security, right? TLS, this SSL is kind of there, right? It's not the reason why we have that, right? But you have that, and that kind of helps you a little bit with it, right? To mitigate that. But ISPs, whatever branch of the government where you live, that's equivalent to the NSA, right? Cookies, Google. It's not just watching you what you do, but it's not like a tinfoil hat thing. But you do something somewhere. That information is stored and shared with other parties, right? But that wasn't the case back then. It wasn't. Urchin wasn't even a thing, right? Urchin is what you guys know today as Google Analytics. But Google Analytics is just the end, right? Where all these Google tracking cookies end up, right? This was called Urchin back in like 2000 and something, right? And then Google bought it and surprisingly didn't destroy it, but there you go. Right? They built an entire business around that instead. But it really is insane. You're watching me right now. That's scary, Nightshade. Can you see what I'm wearing? What are you wearing? Anyway, so internet was creepy and fantastic at the same time, right? It was really like this unexplored landscape. Now you feel like, for better or for worse, you feel like you're browsing the internet and you have to basically put a condom on your browser, right? Disable various cookies, no script, uBlock origin. Everyone's gathering data about you. Whatever you do, this data is peddled so they can sell you more bullshit. But back at some point, people weren't comfortable giving the credit card number out. I remember as a kid, I downloaded a credit card number generator thinking that you could print money. That is obviously not how it works. It's very useful to understand how credit card numbers are generated and why, when you input your credit card number, it can tell you whether it's a Visa or a MasterCard kind of thing, right? But yeah, you know. Got no money to buy anything. Was creepy. Yeah, exactly. The dead internet theory incarnate. Now, so the dead internet thing, it's a fallacy to the dead internet thing, right? If you think about it like this, if the entire internet as you know it so the majority of what people are talking about when they say dead internet theory, right, is that everything will be replaced by AI generated spam, right? Are we all in agreement that that's when people say dead internet, that is what you're talking about, right? AI, like all the content has been generated by bots and is being consumed by bots, right? Yeah, I wouldn't, right? But here's another thing that happened, right? So, internet as we know it today, as we think and talk about it, is synonymous with web browsers, right? But that's not what internet was back then, right? When I was young, handsome, rich. What are the lies that we're gonna make up here? Anyway, no, but so that's not what it was, right? Like web pages was just one thing, but internet is built on top of TCP/IP, right? So whatever socket you connect to and send information, get information back from, right? That is happening over the internet. There was so much more, right? But somehow we took what was originally designed. I've been monologuing so much that my screen's turned off. I'm gonna get back to programming. We have sidestepped so hard that we took what was originally designed to display documents of information and made that into applications. It's a little bit like we never invented TV and we made books into flip books instead to get moving pictures. Terry Pratchett, go. All right. So really, it's quite insane, right? But yes, the internet as we know it, the thing is, if all the things that we know it as it is now, like all the content, all the new content, everything being generated, here's the fallacy with some broad strokes of the interpretation of dead internet theory, right? If all the web pages becomes created by bots and consumed by bots, then we would stop browsing them. If we stop browsing them, there is no value in them anymore, right? So we would do something else. But this is how it works. We make something and then we destroy it and then we create something new there, right? It's a little bit like that is how it works. So eventually something else will come along, right? And it's always a chase or a race to get there, okay? Who is we? The human race. We as humans, right? You and I aren't doing fuck all to improve anything. It's more like, but you know what I mean, right? Anyway. Okay, let's get back into this, right? No, humanity isn't pure destruction. That is a fallacy. If that was the case, we would never have climbed out of the trees, right? Instead, we have created immensely amazing and impressive things ranging from monuments to LLMs, right? LLMs are very impressive. They are. I know people like to downplay it, but honestly, the first time you interacted with ChatGPT, You can't tell me you weren't impressed, all right? And now that's just mainstream. We are insanely quick at adopting this. And this happened like a couple of years ago, right? Five years ago, there was no LLMs, right? Probably beat for being stupid. Yeah, but that's all right because he went somewhere else where people didn't know him or her or they. Woke, right? And be like, yeah, guys, come down from there. And they're like, no, you, man. And like, I got stuff here. And then they came down and it's like, stuff is a rock. Anyway, so let's do a little bit of programming, right? Yeah, but that is a very narrow view though, far, okay? Let me counter that with antibiotics, sanitation, the car, trains, planes, automobiles, right? Music. I was gonna say poetry, but no one here, including me, knows or cares about poetry, okay? But we like cameras, okay? There's the warmongering is just a small part of it. It's not the majority of what we are. Science is insane, right? We have done and developed so many cool things that I can't even wrap my head around that, right? Sure it is, Kasei. Go for it. But it's not just about the end result, though, Enrico, right? Because we've been able to do things over and over again, all right? And everything's an iteration on what came before. You just mentioned it yourself. The shoe, as we know it, is changing, right? So we went from Dr. Zoidberg's socks to custom-made shoes, right? Which is pretty cool. Cake. Or we accidentally invent Viagra Excel, right? Let's not forget about that. It was powering the internet in the early days. Anyway, let's do some of this. We are doing tabbing now. So we're going to try to do some tab index stuff here. So we make sure that it's none, and then we're going to make sure that this is some. But how can we do an assertion here, right? We're going to assert some equality maybe between this tab index here. You know what? Let's just select this whole thing. And something here, which I need to know what it looks like. It looks like this. So we really have a widget ID. I guess that's the only thing we need to look at for now is the widget ID. Feels awkward. An algorithm. There you go, right? Go to sleep, Nightshade. See you later. See you when you wake up. How you doing, Ords? Okay, so what do we get here? We get the tab index, yeah? So we better go and look at what a tab index looks like. We get a reference to a tab index when we do this. So we can get the widget ID. Can we make these into some kind of numerical value? Maybe that would just be new 10. That's what we can do. New 10. Okay. Ow! No? What did I goof up? Oh yeah, there we go. And there's a T in assert. Oh, this is so verbose, right? Okay, let's make a function here. And what is this? It's an index. Does this implement copy? I don't think so, because this probably has a path, right? I guess we could clone it. That's okay to do. So then here we just do cloned. All tickety boo. And we're just gonna write comp index 1. No, 0. This can even be an option. We don't even care, right? What is it that we can't debug? Oh no, we already have a debug implementation for that. Look at that. If you read error messages, it gets so much better, right? Hello, Dottie, how you going? Oh, waking up early is the best. I thought I had a long sleep today because I woke up and the wife was gone, but she just woken up really early to go to the gym. And I was like, no. Okay, so we're going to get the index. Then we're going to do an assert equal widget ID new widget ID 0 and index dot widget ID. Yeah. Unclose delimiter. What? What? Oh, right. U size. Okay. So it is 1. Why is it 1 though? Why is it 1? That's just the loneliest number. Okay, so that actually works. Yeah. But I don't love it. Because I don't know where the 0 comes in. There's a root component somewhere that's not getting selected. That should be 0, 1, and 2. No, that's 0. That's 1, 2, and 3. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Do it, Faro. I'm not going to do anything interesting to distract you. As a matter of fact, if you guys think that I'm boring, it's only to not distract Faro, okay? Who is currently building the first Large Hadron Collider in Egypt. All right, how do you guys feel about that? I might have made the last part up. All right. Oh, right. I need to actually tab though, right? Tab, next. Tab, next. Oh, beauty. So we can see that it will just tab, tab index, wrap around. Okay. Let's call it wrap because otherwise people get too excited about the prospect of saying reach around. I think most people come here because you're boring. Well, you too, buddy. Funny. Okay. Now then, what's the next thing to check? If we have no tabs, okay, tab index, single component. That should just be 1, no matter how many times we do this, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to press tab a few less times here. We only need to press it twice, really. Well, this is going to fail now, hopefully. Yeah, unwrap. But we just have to assert that this thing is none. Ah, the T in assert is missing. Going backwards, yeah, we can add that as well. But I think maybe we need to shorten the test a little. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of noise here. Okay. So we can probably so if we look at like what is it that we need template and events, but we also need the assertions as well. Nah, this is fine. Or is it? Well, this isn't even the real issue now. I wonder if we can show the real issue here. Tab index, change via the third command. And that's a handful of things to write. I don't see what that would do though, Bonin. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. So we're gonna need 2 different ones here. This is so... Hmm. Okay, first of all, this whole thing can probably be shortened, right? We need a template here. But that's for the component. Yeah, but that's okay. Well, no. We need it for the document, not for the component. So let's get the document done here too. Like so. Do it for science. I'm trying not to just pick the low-hanging fruits. Okay. We need to pass in the backend for this. And we need the backend elsewhere. So let's have backend, which is something that is implementing backend. And we can get rid of this. And return the builder. I think that's right. Is there no runtime builder in there? Yeah, there's the builder thing, right? Is that part of Prelude? No. Okay, so let's say that this builder is actually going to be... And then here, we just pass in the template. We don't care about this. Oh, that has to be mutable. I guess we can't do that because we need to know what that is. So actually we can use a unit there. All right, so that should make things a little bit shorter for all these tests. So we get rid of this. And then we can do that here as well. Yeah, and we're reducing a lot of boilerplate here by doing this. Let's move you to the top as well. Hello, Skylar. The builder function produces a builder. This one we do need. That is a good point. I think that's the minimum we need. It's a builder. Oh yeah. Okay, so there is something here. The reason I wrote all these tests and monarchies is because of this thing here. Let's find you. the third command, right? So right now, we need to be able to set a specific widget through the tab index. All right. So we need a tab index to be able to do that. That shouldn't be problematic. So what's in this command? It's the filter thing that we need to do. So we're going to do this after the fact. This needs to be rewritten as well, but that's okay. We'll get there. Ooh, okay. So we can't do that. Problem is the filter, you see. It's this guy here. Could we, by any chance, move this in here? We can. And we don't do this here. We just do the message here. And this is also not correct, right? So we're going to get rid of this. And then here, that's how it is, right? But you clearly don't have enough experience not to use never when you talk about programming, okay? I'm just winding you up, man. But you do get minus points for talking in absolutes here, okay? So this thing should... this should be if the... There we go. Oof. DP, dynamic programming. Okay, so we're almost there. This is the missing feature that is preventing us from merging with main, by the way. Once we have this, then we can go back to the bot. Man, my brain is just all over the shop today. Okay, so tab index next. but only if so first we need to find the component and set focus on that component. So here we do have the component. And how does that work? We've already done a filter here to know that this command is okay for this component. And this is not working with the tree. This is working with something else. Doing all right? How you doing, smiling? How you doing? So we need to check if the component accepts focus here, right? So let's grab this. So we do have the component here, but I don't think this knows whether we want focus or not. No, damn it, was accept ticks, not focus. And that's okay. We have to look it up. It's not expensive ish to do. Okay, so we're gonna get the component from the widget ID and state ID. So here we have component. If component.accepts focus, is that it? That doesn't seem right. What are you? That's what we need. No, not any focus. It's any accept focus. Here and only here do we want to deal with this. I think world peace is already solved. We just have to stop murdering each other and we'll be done, right? So it's only if we get here that we want to do that. Now, the question is, does this return you? It does, right? So unwrap or false, unfocus current. Okay. Yeah, the bot is offline. We'll get the bot open soon. I have to finish this first, though. And then here, finally, we can actually focus. But this is a little bit ham-fisted, isn't it? No, hang on. This is dumb. Okay, so if unfocused current, when we need to set the tab index here as well. If it's an any focus, that means if we accept focus, it means we're going to defocus or unfocus the current one. So we need to any blur that one. But we need to set the tab index. And that is the complicated thing, right? So in reality, instead of doing this, we'll just do self dot tab index dot take. And then we will just flatten you. Ah, right, because we do that. Oh, boo. All right, we'll figure this all out in a second, right? The issue here is not this beautiful mess that I'm spinning here. The issue is that we need tab index to be manually set. All right. And how do you do that? Can we do this without... can we just construct the index ourselves, maybe? From here? Well, we don't have the path. And we don't have the index either. We do have the widget ID and the state ID. What does that look like? What does this thing do? Is that even used? When we make this two owned, that doesn't seem to have any value. It seemed to have a value here, though. Oh, shit. This one definitely has meaning. Yes, so we can resume, isn't it? Oh, snap. We have a tab index on there? What? Am I just... Okay, well that made things easier. So that's gonna be comp.tab index. What we don't have is the path though. Actually, we can find the path from here. So that will be offset. Really, we have all of this, isn't it? No offset. Parent. What are you? See, there is a parent here. Okay, let's have a pub function parent that returns a slice of U16. Oof. What are you? Oh, there's an offset. But does this one have an offset? No. That's okay then. That's all the information we need to construct an index. Now these are private, so we can't do that. Into boxed slice. No, all right, a good old into will suffice. They are private, yeah, we know that. So how are indices actually created? Yeesh. Here. That's just calling to owned on an index ref. Is that how an index is created? So we only work with index references until we get there. In that case, we can just make these public. Yeah. Now the question is, do we return this index here? Yes, we do. So we're changing this to be the thing that we return. So we can do a swap here. Right? Okay, this is very, very confusing and quite... it's messy. It's very messy. I need a solution for this thing. Very warm. All right. I don't think it's a lot of shortcuts involved in it. I think in general, I probably use like 10 different Vim related things, right? I don't think there's more than that. I mean, maybe, all right? There's the, I mean, we don't count HAKL, right? The cursor movement, okay? This is more like a something rather, right? But / for searching, right? And backward slash for searching backwards. GD, go to definition. And then it's all the commentary stuff, right? Which again is just, I don't think it is that many. I think that it's probably just a handful of motions and it's more about combinations, right? But don't think about Vim in terms of shortcuts. Think about it in terms of additive actions, right? So you are doing things by combining other things. So a key press is the beginning of a sequence of what you want to do, right? So take, for instance, paragraph, right? Let's have a paragraph here. Okay. Now, there's a lot of things you can do with a paragraph being P, okay? The IP, delete in paragraph, go comment in paragraph, delete around the paragraph, and that's about it, right? So it's more about knowing that P is the paragraph. It's not about the AP being a keyboard shortcut. It's more a sequence of delete. Okay, where do you want to delete? Around what? A paragraph, right? I would like to comment GC around what or in what? Around a paragraph. Okay, cool. I want to go comment inside what? curly braces. I want to go comment around what? Curly braces, right? So the I and the A, inside and around, P, paragraph, or curly bracket, or line, or whatever. So it's all these units that you figure them out over time, and it's more about that than like knowing an individual shortcut, right? So you're kind of thinking about, what is it that I want to do? I want to go to the top, and then I want to select to the bottom, okay? I want to find the word size, and I want to go lowercase the entire word. I want to go uppercase the entire word, right? So it's about these sequences that you do, right? More than anything, right? Select around the paragraph, absolutely, right? VAP, select around paragraph. See where the cursor is there. VIP, select in the paragraph, right? The cursor is here. If I select around the paragraph, it's outside. These distinctions make sense. Okay, let's O to jump this thing. We can start selecting. What do we want to select to? All the way up to time, maybe, right? And then I want to indent the whole thing or undo, right? So it's not really that many different things that you do, but you combine them into something that looks like you're doing one thing. But that's like thinking about a problem as a whole, right? That only works when you want to explain what the problem is, right? And let's say the problem is coming out this entire function, right? Okay. But the way to get there is a sequence. All right, I can't come up with any more profound nonsense for you. Figured out. All right, where was I? I was doing tab indices, the third commands. Blah, blah, blah. This thing is chunky, but we can get around this. Once we release this thing, we can always go and fix things, right? Yes, a lot of jank. Very profound, indeed. The good old VOM editor, right? No idea, Vajo. Oddling Reverie. Okay, now did we just solve this? So this is gonna be the new index. We don't need this, interestingly enough. Yeah. I think this works now, but we should actually see this in the button example. First of all, what warning have I introduced now? Tab index 19. There we go. All right, let's see some warnings there, but not too bad. Neobomb. Okay. very good, Excel. How's your Balatro coming along, Excel? I'm spying on you. I know you've been playing. All right, there's an example that should run this. Look at that. Okay, it doesn't work anymore. Why doesn't it? It worked and then it didn't. Oh, because it's gonna focus and unfocus itself. Idiot. All right, so we need to make sure that doesn't happen. Oof. All right, more nonsense around that. Here is something that I would love to rewrite, but you know. Are we in a loop? Yes, we are. Man, I can't believe this works so well. I mean, honestly, all right? How cool is this? Enjoy, Fergus. Okay, so because this thing is now working with the keyboard tabbing and with the mouse clicking, we have buttons. And I want that because I don't want these two. But can we maybe make that a little bit better? Yeah, now I can't hold the button down. I have to click it now. So we're making sure that works. Very good, Balrog. How you doing? What is LSB up? Left side boob up? Yes. And that sentence is the closest to up you'll ever get. Left mouse button. LSB. Left. I don't know why it's SB. Why is it SB? That's kind of stupid, isn't it? Left side as opposed to what? There is left, middle, and right. Least significant button and righteously significant button. Yeah, this is dumb. We should rename this. I have no idea, Sherman. I've been meaning to look into Home Assistant for fun, but I have not figured out what I would do with it. What do you guys, those of you who use Home Assistant, what do you use it with? What do you do with it? I don't think it's a Rust specific thing, Bone. I think it's just you being quite observant and you're noticing a detail and you're questioning a detail. Normally, I would punish you for being annoying and questioning me, but because of my frail ego, but I'm not going to today. I'll reward you instead. So we should call this the bean button. That's kind of vague though, right? Like, what do you guys, how many here use Home Assistant and what do you do with it, right? Manage smart devices. There is one thing that I would like to manage, and it's this guy. All right. Also, I've eaten most of the basin now, right? It is not possible to remap keys and mouse button in this, no. Not in Anathema. Ah, that's why I don't care about Home Assistant, because I have a Digma DeFi. Thank you for pointing that out. Should we call this just LB? This must come from somewhere. Let's go and have a look at what cross term has. If there's some kind of LSB in here. If I could just write LSB, that would be good. No. All right. We're going to call this left button, right button, left button, up, and right button up. I do Bubbles, but I don't use it. Why not left mouse button? Because you're on the mouse event. So we don't really have to say. We could have just called it left down, right down. I think we'll do that instead. And for those that supports it, we'll have the middle. Kate, middle down. These are just convenience functions. Like, you don't need to use these either. Middle down still has a bug, right? Oh, that kind of right. I amused myself. Oh, maybe this should be is middle down. Because this is going to react to drag as well. And then we're gonna make another one. Then we can get rid of this by taking out drag. I know people use the term clicked, but I want to be different. Okay, so then we can probably get rid of the example code that we had here. So here we just do like this, yeah. And this might still work now. Yeah. Okay, that's actually better. So I wrote something that we didn't need to write in the first place. Yeah. And I don't know anything about Home Assistant, Sherman. I've never used it. But I'm like that. I did express interest on Discord about using it in the sub lounge when I shared a terrible video. But I don't think there's any reason for me to have Home Assistant other than a timer for these guys, and that can probably be done with a cheap timer instead that isn't connected to anything. Because I forget to turn that light off sometimes, and the light's on all night. Okay, let's find the warning, and backend testing has vector queue that we don't need. All right, let's see if all the tests are passing. No. Message passing needs to be fixed, and then we're going to clear up all the warnings. That's just left down. Yeah. Okay, that means that we need to update the guide as well. I should probably finish the test for the tab index via the third command. So for that, we're going to need a new builder or a component here, right? Do we even need different components for this? Let's say that the template looks like this. So if we have a key here, then we want to say context.components.by name comp b focus. Right? That should set the focus on this guy. And then we can say the state is a U size. It can be a bool. Right? So we set it to false, and then we change it to true. Yeah? So let's add the component here. So we'll have a vstack comp A and comp B. Actually, it's supposed to be an underscore there. Like so. There are even, I mean, there are little timer socket things you can get, right? Timer wall socket. These are dirt cheap and you can find them anywhere. Look at this basic biscuit, right? I bet Leroy is well cheap. That's probably like £5 more than Leroy, but still. These are not expensive things, right? I just need to get one. The only thing I can't really, so it's sort of auto watering itself, right? In a very simple mechanic for it. But here's the thing, right? Maybe some of you physicists out there can tell me this one, right? So we have something with actually let's do this. Come on. Temporous. It's not working. So we have a it looks a little bit like this, right? And then there is the plants here on little trays. And then they are sitting on top of a platform. And just above this platform is something that's a little bit like a piece of cloth that goes down to the bottom on both sides like this. So when you fill this up with water, right, like this, beautiful water, the water gets soaked up by this cloth and spreads out across. It's not cloth, it's some kind of like paper textile. I don't know what it is. Anyway, it's as long as there's water here, this thing keeps soaking up water and stays damp. So there's always moisture for the plants as a result of this thing, right? But if I'm gone for too long, then this thing, the water evaporates, right? Or dries up. So my thought was that I put a pipe here that I fill to the top with water, and then we make a little hole at the bottom here for the water to come out of, right? So water will be pushed out, and when there's enough water, more water won't go down. However, that's apparently not how it works. If I fill this tube up too much, even if the hole is completely submerged, it will still keep pushing out water and flood everything, right? Toads hopping. Yeah, this is a cross section. You can't have water on the side like this. That would defy gravity. But I do understand what you mean. Oh, of course I do, Sky. I was going to do the whole... I speak so many languages. You guys wouldn't believe it. And I'm fluent in almost all of them. And I was going to do the whole stream in German today, just for fun. But because you said that, I'm not going to now. Anyway, we need to focus on this thing, which we will by default. So then we're going to press... Not key. What is this thing called? Card press. But then we don't call it card press. Then we just call it character. It doesn't matter what we press. Can you ask Dark Air how to set up the pipe so the pressure prevents it from dumping all the water into your little garden? That's a thing, right? How many is many? Probably like 40. I mean, at some point, you must have figured out that I was just making that up, right? Any more than 1.25? So you're fluent in 1.25 language. What's your quarter language? Put the garden outside? Nah, I don't trust the outside. Too many dandelions. Turkish? Anyway, so we need a template for comp v text state. So now we could ensure that we have a false when we start. I think we only need to tick once. You speak a little Italy? Yes, if Italy was a language and not a country, I'd totally speak a little Italy. All right. Pizza, Ducati. Well, there you go. What else do you want from me? Okay, so let's do builder.component comp A. I am never gonna learn how to touch type, right? It's been 6,000 years and I still haven't figured out. That is all you need. No character in the roots. Wait, wait, what did I break now? Failure? V stuck. That's my German. That's a V stack. Are you stuck in the V stack? Yes. Yeah. 9. There you go. Hello, Talk. How you doing? I speak a little Swedish as well. Yeah. 9. Okay. Just waiting to talk up. Alright. How you doing, buddy? How's work? Oh, I speak Japanese too. Hi. Excuse me, is that your computer? Hi. Nice to meet you. Hi. How are you? Skull. Yeah, that's the the bender attacking the Nobel Prize committee. Skull. It's mandatory. Okay, so once we've done this, why is it? Oh no, it's passing, but we don't actually check the template. Let's just panic here for fun. And what are we panicking? We're going to panic the back end. Okay, it says false. Well, that's not good, then, is it? Why does it say false? Let's just do that twice then and see if it still says false. Yeah, it does. It's not changing. Don't want to learn some Swedish? No, I'm fluent. I'm fluent in all languages, right? You guys gotta stop trying to impress me, okay? Because I already know all languages, right? Name a language and I'm fluent in it. All right, Turkish, doner kebab. Italian, no. Spanish, no. French, no. German, 9. Me too, talk. Mandarin. I speak Mandarin, Tangerine, Satsuma, grapefruit. In Swedish, 9. Got it, talk. 9. IKEA shark. I don't know what that is. Come here and collect your citizenship. I recently had to change citizenship, so I don't think they're gonna want me to change again. Now I have a weird passport as well. All right, someone help Skylar. She's having a stroke. All right, why is this false? I thought we set this to true. Apparently not. Well, who's got the... Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong here. I need to pass in the right... No, hang on. We're passing in the template. Yes. Why is this not working? Oh, right. We need to run this instead. And what do we pass in here? Pass in the back end and that's it. Yeah. So it's just going to be run here. Don't need any of this jazz because we pass in the stop in there. It's true. It is true. We did it. Yes, we did it. Yay. Amazing. Okay, so we're going to make this a little bit smaller. We'll make it a 5x2 so we don't have so many bloody things in there. Okay, and now let's change the template. So A also has a bool. All right, let's say that you are a bool. And on key press, state is false. And then here, state is true. It's true. And then we're going to say that this is the component template. Whoopsie doodles. Look at that. Ain't that a beauty? So we should have an unclosed delimiter, just as I expected. Suspected? Shit. What did I do wrong? Why are there so many brackets there? All right, so we have true and false. I want to be able to do something like backend.line 0 text is true, false. And true. Wouldn't that be lovely?
Yes, it would be. If only.
All right, so backend needs to have a function called align. That has to return a string because reasons. So self.surface.lines. Is that a thing? Yes. Well, we could just pass this on, right? Pub super crate, really. I don't know what we're returning yet. We're returning an option. Oh, fiddlesticks, we can't. We need a range instead. Now, so here's the thing. We give it an index. The index is going to be index multiplied by width to index multiplied by width plus width, right? So the range is going to be from index by self size width as u size, and 2 is going to be from plus that. So we are going to index from to slice. Yes, very nice. And that's a glyph. Yes, of course it is. And that's not plural. That is one line. And then we'll do glyphs, iter, map, perform some arcane bullshit, and then collect. Okay. Without the glyph map, we can't do anything about those. So we're just going to match on G. We're going to use filter map here. And then here, we return none. And then this is the character in question. Pretty good, isn't it? Right? So now we can write beautiful test cases like this. That doesn't work like this. Oh, right. So we call it .text, but really it's just the line, isn't it? You know, we could have been playing Balatro right now, but no. You had to be the way you are. Okay. Fatru? What the hell is Fatru? That's not a word. hello, cat peasant. How you doing, buddy? I suspect it's you. You're the only one who knows the secret channel. Okay, why is this not working and whose fault is that? So the first one works, yeah? No, it doesn't. That shouldn't be a jealousy factor. That should be a relief factor that you don't have to deal with this bullshit. If you want to see something that makes you throw up a little in your mouth, then look at this code. This is insanely gross. This code makes me feel like I don't want to touch programming. It's gross and stinky. But we need to do this on blur. I have failed you once again, internet. The outcome should be the same. Why does it say fat Drew? That's not real word. All right, we're gonna have to panic out the back end now. Panic. Not number 2. F-A-T-R-U-E. Factory. How does that even work? Code shaming? Nah, this is like, look, if something is gross, it's gross, okay? You can't force it to not be gross. It's just a fact of life, yeah? We don't have to like everything. We just have to tolerate it. And I think this is where people are going wrong, right? The goal is to coexist, not to like everything about everyone else. That doesn't work. That's some kind of thought police, right? Okay, so why is this wrong? We have the state in here. We have this as our template. Probably because we don't have a clear. So we need to implement clear for the backend. This thing has finally come back to haunt me. Clear needs to do self.surface.clear, which doesn't exist. So we need to generate the clear function. And we do so by saying that this is a thing. And wait, why did I put you there? And you clearly need to be mutable. Rust analyzer, what are you doing? You're not returning anything, are you? Okay. Will this fix the test magically and or not? Is it still saying fat true? It is saying fat true. Come on, man. How did this happen?
We don't know, Skylar. We don't know.
It shouldn't happen. I thought it wasn't gonna happen, but it does. Are we ever calling this? Yes, we are. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Okay. I think we render and then clear, right? So render should write any buffer we have to whatever, and clear should just clear it. So that's fine. Oh. No. Maybe this should clear before it paints. Because it is a bit different. Yeah, okay. Except no. Wait, that's clearing before it's painting. Alright. I guess we just have to look at what the other one actually does. So let's go to backend. To a backend. Okay. Paint. Right, no to do for you. So this will paint everything to the surface. This will erase the screen region after it has painted, right? But we don't want to do that. We specifically do not want to do that. It would be better if it painted. Oh, right. Because it's going to paint twice because of floating widgets. So the reason it's empty is because we paint the fixed ones and then we clear it. All right, let's look at the runtime tick cycle run fixed. Okay, paint. So really it should clear before it does the cycle. Although it doesn't seem to clear anywhere in here. What's calling clear then? There it is, but that's not it. When we do a %, we call clear. Who's calling % then? You are. That's when we render, and then because we render to something and then we clear it. Ah. Okay, when we clear it, we can just move it to a previous frame, right? So we have like our last frame after the render.
That makes sense. You must be some kind of a genius.
I know, right? So where is the test surface? And when we clear the surface, we have previous lines. So clear will make new lines. And then we will swap right? This isn't right. First, we have to swap our current lines with these lines. So we move our current lines into here. We send these to be empty. Then we swap our current lines with the previous lines. So this makes the current ones empty and these into the current ones, and then it makes the current ones into the previous ones. Okay, and then we drop in the lines. Yep, that's right. Ooh, Nelly. Okay, let's see what this looks like now. If we run this again, where's the testing code? E. It still says fat true, which is wrong. And this one is empty. The fact that this is empty is fine. The fact that this one says fat true is not fine. I don't understand what you want from me. Why are you wrong? Does it say fat true if we do this? Now it says turfal. Oh, oh my God. How insanely dumb are you? The answer is very. It is a block of contiguous memory. You absolute idiot. Okay? Which means that we have to look at it as line by line. It doesn't explain why it's wrong though. It's still wrong. It's like it's drawing on top of each other. Yeah, there's no U in there. It is... I'm being stupid in being stupid. This should do nothing now. How? How is this showing anything? Okay, if we just have one component. Now it shows true. If we have two, now it should say false at least. I have probably miscalculated the index. That's what it is. So the mistake is inside the test surface. This is probably wrong. Yep, that is wrong. Okay, that should be the width and not the height. Okay. Yep, okay, we're good. We are good. Don't stop panicking. Panic here now. And then line should look at the old surface. Yo! There we go. Look at that. And yeah. How do you like me now? Compiler. True and true. Okay, we should probably trim the text as we do this. Yeah, that's not doable, is it? Because trim doesn't return an owned. Ugh. All right, don't look at it, okay? Don't look at it. It'll be fine as long as you don't look at it. Complicated code is not a good thing. What are we doing? We're about to finish something so we can release this. Now we're just going to clear out the warnings and we should be good. All right, so cargo test all. And let's see. So tab index has a lot of issues. All right, so where can we start? We can start with unused result on 206. Unwrap will solve that. Unused result on 205. I think we know how we're going to solve a lot of these issues. Result must be used on 930 onwards to whatever. That will be down headers. No? Okay, let's read the error message before temporals turns up. Tab index 130. Oh, right. Different thing though, isn't it? Same thing probably goes hither. We have more of these filthy tests. Look at us having tests. What is this? JavaScript? All right, tab index 178. We don't need no mutability here. Don't need that, don't need that. As a matter of fact, we don't need any of these things. What about component A? I bet you're equally filthy when it comes to what you need. Whoops. We don't even need a state for this one or the key. Simple. That's an old reference that no one remembers. All right. Now, context 155. How can you do this to me? All right. 128. Oh, 97. Probably the same here as well. Nah. Nested collection failed. Oh, because we're looking at the wrong one. Oh shit, what did I just do with OBS? Okay, I gave it IBS. Right, so if we go to the back end and we look at the at function. Or not? Where am I? TUI? Ugh, we're in testing here, aren't we? Right. Right. Oh, did you see any warnings? I know I didn't. But then again, I'm kind of half blind, so that doesn't say much. All right, let's do this. Clear test. No warnings. This is basically box dying state. No, it isn't. Be a lunatic. Cargo nightly format. And then let's do a cargo clippy. All features workspace. Okay. What do we do? Okay, so git add, git commit, -m. Fixed, so bug fix, tab index from the third command. Go where? Go and push this. Okay. Right. Maybe we can get on with what I actually wanted to get on with today. Right, 2 hours in. Oof. Okay, let's make sure this is working. Look at these green ticks, eh? They're the good kind of ticks, not the one you find in your graph. Now the stream can really start. Yes, now we can actually start building things. We have one thing we're gonna do, by the way. We're gonna change some names. It's not a biggie. Component event. Component event. It's gonna become event. Why are you doing that? Because there's something called event already. And that is probably in widgets. Yeah, so this thing is going to become a user event for the time being. We can rename it something else eventually, and let's go into runtime. Find component event, which was in the previous project we were in, right? And then this thing can now become event. Okay. Now we have to go and update the documentation, but it is more likely that you're going to want to refer to these as just events instead of I broke the build. Linting is fine, but what test has failed? Pray tell me what test has now collapsed. Tab index, address already in use. What? What are you talking about? Address already in use. Alright, I call bullshit on this. Can you rerun this? Ain't no address for you to use. So we do this. All right. Yeah. So I have to update now. We should probably rename that as well, but as a start. No, it's still broken. Anything in state? Yes, but anything in state is not the same as anything drawn on a canvas, so a canvas will not survive hot reload. Why is this happening? Home star runner? Oh, wait, what? What the hell? How is this failing? They're not too bad. I mean, we really only need them to run when we are doing, when we're gonna merge things into dev. We should probably add contributing notes. We need to, all code should be accompanied by tests. Within reason, must not break the main branch. CI. Actually, must pass test and lint before merged into dev. But how can we do that when we get address already in use error, right? What is this error? Runtime source builder. Oh shit. Yeah, of course. We're trying to enable. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, we can't do all features. That doesn't work. That would try to enable the profiler. Shh. You saw nothing. Yeah, the networking quirk is we're trying to enable a profiler, like Puffin profiler. How this ever worked is beyond me, right? That should never have worked. But yeah. Yeah, it took me a second to figure that one out, Skylar. It's the Puffin profiler. I thought it was something from GitHub because we surely do not do that. Okay, now linting is broken. But I didn't change any code, did I? What did I change? All right. What a mess. So doing a Rust analyzer rename caused Rust format to fail. My lights have more hair than I do. We can delete these ones to hide my shame. Can we? All right, that doesn't really do anything. We're not going to delete the failed ones. It was more of a fun thing to try. Okay, so we're good. We can now merge this with main. All right, we have to update this before we do though, right? So let's go to the guide and MD books. So what do we do here? Serve. Okay, let's skim through this before we do. Hello, I didn't want to do any of that. Get out of here. Right. I'm gonna see what we can change. Okay, that's cool. We're gonna fix this, Skylar. We're gonna make it have self-referential templates, but that's gonna take some changes. This is not gonna be required, so let's get rid of that one for now. That is getting started. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's been updated. I think that's fine. Okay, mouse events. We can modify that statement a little bit. Yes. No. This now works. We tried this. Did you see from default? From default is a thing. Here. Why wouldn't that be a thing? We're using it right here. Failed to select a version. Yeah, how did you end up with such a awkward... What is this version bullshit? We don't need that feature. Oh, yes, the feature. Getting started? I don't understand the reference. Okay. No, it's from default. We can't really use default. I mean, I guess we could use default. But is that a good idea? Yeah, why wouldn't that be a good idea? Okay, who has that bloody thing? No, hang on, I need to be there. The runtime. Should we just call it default? Let's call it default. I think that's better. I was looking for your name there. Not for any malicious reasons. Okay, so we're changing that now. All right, where was I? Getting started. Okay, we'll read it here. Yep. For more information, see component queries. Okay. What page is that? That is components. Okay, so which link will contain that information? Possibly messaging? Not state. Maybe we just need to have component queries. Yeah. So that should be messages and focus now. So that's messages. Okay. Are they doing a remake, or is this the old Mel Brooks movie? Spaceballs 2. Wow, I have to look at that at some point. Attributes. It is message, isn't it? No, it's send. It is a requirement, I'm afraid. By attribute, is that true? Does this work? If we go to our demo code and we go here and we dump this code. Yep. We should probably write a test for this as well. I don't know what else we're gonna say here, so we just leave it like this. Maybe we have an event function here just to show that. Do we have an event? Everything's on message, damn it. Whoops. Wow, I can't believe we're almost done. Das post office. It's a German thing, Scotty. You wouldn't understand. And do we need anything more than example here? I guess we could have this. It's a bit sparse, but do we really need more than this? Should there be a full stop there? I don't know. Okay, so we need to link to messages for this to work. And how do we make links in here? Not the summary, is it? Maybe. Where are messages? There we go. All right. Can we not go back from here? Formality messaging. Yeah, and it's supposed to be querying component C messaging. Yeah, I think that's sufficient. Okay. Status struct with named fields. Each field has to be wrapped in a value. Do not create a new instance of value t. This is bad. This is how it should be done. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah. So we should probably specify what we can get as, right? So it would be context attribute get as. And we should probably be a bit more specific about what you can pass in here. Also, I think this is wrong. This will give you a reference to an I64, wouldn't it? So this code should probably change. Or, no. If we want a string, we do this. Yeah. Okay, so we should mention that these supports primitives and colors and hex. Maybe we don't have to be too specific. So let's look at component state then. We're gonna have to type all this out. Whoops. I feel like this should have been mentioned already somewhere, but it isn't. Okay, so this is documented in here now. That's probably in the resolver. Can you spell custom, please? No. I thought I had this documented, but I haven't, apparently. Look at all these beautiful tests. We can look inside the widgets for this, where we implement try from, right? Try from value kind. And from T for T and from T for value kind. There we go. Try to compile it. That's correct, Doddy. It is not remembered for prototypes because we have no way of storing the prototypes. You are right; they get recreated. So let me note that down while we're at it. Hot reloading is in here somewhere, isn't it? That is right. Runtime probably has hot reloading mentioned. Yes, okay, let's mention this here on the hot reload on runtime. Okay, this is not currently supported. So we'll take that out. Is there a comment out cold? Is that a thing? Can we comment things? All right, it's open, so. Meh. All right, we'll take our hot reloading being disabled. Me too, Temporis. You know how many errors I've not read today? How you doing? Okay, we should probably mark that as important for now. Okay. There we go. Okay, I think everything here is fine. Should we surround all these with code quality my jobs? Right. What do we have here? We have 13 of these. There we go. Wait, why are you not right? There we go. That should look better. If it's possible to add additional types that can be used as attribute as long as the type implements try from value kind for T and from T for value kind, where T is a custom type. Okay. There are more things than ignore. I think there's like a rename as well. Okay, let's go to the next one. I think we're gonna do a quick pit stop into the third state. Derive, not the third. Rename, ignore. Okay, so rename and ignore works. I think we can try rename before I document it. So the parent, the complex state, here we have string. Let's do anathema, rename, bunny. Okay. So if we go to the parent now and find string and call it bunny, yeah. All right, so it's as easy as that with that. So let's add that to which one? Events. No. State. We're almost done. Ignore fields. Rename fields. To rename fields on the state, they should have a different name in the template. Decorate the field with anathema, rename, new name. Right. Okay. I am productive. For a component to receive events, it has to enable event handling by implementing one or more of the following methods: on key, on mouse, on focus, on blur. But we do have more, right? We have more events than that. Let's get all the events listed there. On blur, on focus, on key. On blur, on focus, on key, on mouse. Focus on key, on mouse, on tick. That's another one we're gonna add. Yeah. Hello, Magnets. How you doing? You can't game anymore. What are you gonna game though, Bonin? What gaming are you thinking about here? I'm asking for a friend. Have you heard of Balatro, by the way? On resize. There's another one. And on event. And take issued every frame by the runtime. By default, every component has something to stop a component from receiving tick events set to false. Issued when the window is, when the backend is resized. Note that we don't get the size sent here because that has no value to a component. That was a very interesting way of spelling resized. The alters. What does it do? Never seen this before. It looks like a mixture of when you like see the base. I've seen some of that in other games. It reminds me of like the Fallout shelter thing, which was obviously not. It's more the perspective thing, right? It looks alright. What do you do in it? Skill tree. What about skill issue? So if I don't like it, or if I do like it, then no one in chat likes it. That's logic now, right? You clone yourself to do tasks. Tell me more. How can I do that? And how can I prevent my clones from cheating on my wife with me? That was backwards, but you're all thinking it. Oops. Bye and bye. What else have they done? On event. This is issued if there is an associate. No. If a child component emits an event. Frostpunk, I see. Yeah, I saw that. I never played it. Oh, what fresh hell is this? Shit, I have a call today. Don't forget that. I can't look at that on my phone. I have to do it on another computer. Yeah, I can't forget that, but that's not until I said over an hour from now, I think, maybe ish, almost. Let's set a timer here though, so I don't forget, because she'll probably not be happy with me if she finds out we haven't spoken. It's a friend of mine. We haven't spoken for a few years, and she got in touch with me and asked if I wanted to like catch up, and I'm like, yeah. So I made my life simpler by not making friends with women after I got married, right? Here's some pro-life tip for you, right? You want to keep your life simple, just don't have female friends when you're married, right? There's a bit of a joke in there. And but this girl I knew way before I even met my wife, right? And I haven't spoken to her in probably a year and a half, almost 2 years. And she just reached out out of the blue and like, how you doing? So I'm interested in catching up with her. It's going to be interesting, right? I have not played it, but I'm well aware of it. guys don't have a wife. But it's like, so you can make the argument, right? And my wife definitely would never tell me you're not allowed to have female friends, right? And you can make the argument that you should have whatever friends that you want, whether you're married or not. It doesn't matter, right? But to keep it simple, right? Women I knew before I met my wife are still my friends. But rather than going out of my way to make new friends with women, I simply don't, right? It just keeps life simpler, right? Not that she's a jealous person or anything. It does sound a bit insane when I say it out loud, but I just think it just makes things easier, right? Because then there's never like, oh, I'm gonna go and hang out with this girl and I'll be back in 2 weeks kind of situation, right? It's never gonna cause any friction. Obviously, you should hang out with whoever you want, and whoever is your friend, right? But it is something to be said for how we seek out new friendships, right? So I only hang out with like sweaty dudes who are not as cool as I am, which is why I don't have any friends now. I feel like you're digging a hole. Yeah, and you fit right in there, mate. This is issued if a child component emits an event using... and then how do we emit an event now, right? Context. I threw that one away, didn't I? Publish. Yes, publish. I think you find the mod prog is more in like in the sweaty old man camp than not, right? Sorry, mod prog. Who can hang out with someone else for 2 weeks? Well, if you... Now, I can't make these jokes because someone's going to go like, oh, that's horrible. Blah, 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 cry, cry, internet. Shut up, internet. All right, see you in a bit, talk. Okay, so we now have on tick, on resize, on event. I think that was the ones that were missing. Okay. Yeah, we just wrote parts of this, so I'm sure this is fine. Attributes can be read and written to create, cast an element. All right, not create. Specifically, we don't do. Having a controlling partner is okay. Oh, let me be very clear. My wife does not care one bit if I were to actually go and hang out with a girl. First of all, we're way too old to be in that space where it's like, oh, some dude was looking at you and like, yeah, good for you, right? Like, I don't care. It's fine, right? It's like they create delusion in their head if you keep hanging out with other potential rivals. It's just that you are never gonna have an issue if you don't. So I feel like maybe I should elaborate on this a little bit before you guys run away with this, right? But you are more than welcome to anyway, okay? But it's not like, I mean, maybe if you work somewhere and you are surrounded by women and you work somewhere, good for you, but that's a different story. But if you work in an office where the ratio is 50-50, for instance, okay, let's say that hypothetically, you can calm down. This is not that conversation, right? So it's 50-50. That means that you have half the people to choose from to be friends with and hang out with, right? So you don't actually have to seek out other people. Now, if you do happen to get along well with someone there, that's all well and good. I'm saying you don't have to seek out new friends that are also women, right? Just keeps life simpler. No other reason. No one's controlling or doing anything of the sort, right? I mean, only yesterday I was allowed to go outside. Okay. So, you know. Okay. Filter. Is this right? Yes. Yes. Do we need to specify that they are logically and instead of or? Nah, I don't think so. That was a bug, and I think most people expect it to not be. Okay, to get values from attributes, use the getAs function. Note the integers in the template can be autocast any. Okay, so here we could link back to the previous page where we showed all those fields, which were in here somewhere. Here. So if we make this into a subheading, how do you link to a subheading inside? Okay, hang on. Let's open up state. Wait, are we there now? No, that's not right. There it is. Let's do this. So we should be able to link to this. How do you link to a fragment in MDBook? I have that. Make more friends with female than mate. That's fine. That'll work, right? Okay, I feel like that's not quite what I was looking for, but let's have a look at this. So this is element query. Let's open up element query. See supported types. Now this should link to element queries. Huh? And then this has to be... See, I don't know if this works or not. Which page? I was looking at a page recently that had this. Maybe it was in getting started. No, messages. See messages. Oh, here we go, right? Linking to runtime. So let's look for components then. Okay, it's just dot slash. Okay, that's how it is. And then, which page is this on? Is it here maybe? Yeah. Okay, here we go. No, components, it was there. Components state. So can we just do state here? State. Let's see if this works. No. State.html. Is that it? Yay. Okay. Right. So that's better. More quality. Components can be made reusable by implementing placeholders and associated functions. A component can have named placeholder for external children. When using a component with named children, use the placeholder name to inject the elements. It's all good, Bono. It's a feature since last year. That's cool. Note that if no placeholder name is given, a default of children is assumed. Events. Okay, this one I was going to rewrite. So let's go to reusable here now. Not because there's anything particularly wrong with it. I'm just going to clean it up a little. Components can publish events that will bubble out to all parents. I don't know. Yes. So let's just draft that one. And then we say a component can publish an event that will bubble up to all the parents or until stop propagation is called on the event. But we probably want to talk about how to publish an event first, right? To publish an event from a component, first publishing. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Publishing events from a component is done with context.publish ident t, where ident is a string slice with the name of the event, and t is the data that should be sent. Note that receivers of the event will get a reference to, you know what, we don't have to say that. Now, let's show this with an example, right? Let's grab an example from here. So it looks something like the whoops. Something like whoops. Whoopsie dipsy. And then here we will just do a context.publish my event string from hello parents. Given the following template example, third party, my event maps to, well, we can do this, right? To put a bit of emphasis on why we do this, right? Event A and event B. Whenever one of the third-party components publishes an event, this will either be, well, no. And in the parent components, we will not have on key, we will have a an event instead, right? Come on. Give me a paragraph, will you? Actually, why am I doing that? It's not like I can get them from here anyway, right? I don't use that clipboard there. So why? This is a very productive day. I'm sorry if this is really boring to you, but it's not my fault. It is, but you know, we can pretend that it isn't. Wait, how did I manage to bungle this so impressively? There we go, right? And then here we'll match on event dot name and event A, B, and ignored. Let data equals event.data string. Like this. Hello, Lon. How you doing, buddy? Even though they are the same, right? I'm alive. It's how I roll. I mean, I don't know. What's good? Big ups, buddy. What are you doing, right? Okay, let's read this now. Publishing events from a component is done with context publish ident t, where ident is a string size with the name of the event and t is the data that should be sent to all. Okay, and then here we can say event.stop. Is it stop or stop propagation? Good thing we have documentation here, right? User event even, right? Stop propagation. Okay. I think that's pretty clear. No. Given the following template and in the component, so not in the parent components, and in the component of the and in the component using the third party component. There we go. So we're putting emphasis on that, right? So in the third party component emitting an event. All right, so I think you should be able to extrapolate and understand from this, right? Given the following template example, third party, my event, and in the component using the third party component, if it's A and if it's B, we stop propagation, there is ignored. So we don't need that part now. Components can publish. Okay, we don't need that. They can be intercepted and stopped from publishing using the event. We don't need that. We explained that as well, right? Templates can map an incoming event to an internal event ID, which is required. So let's put some emphasis in that, right? The component emitting. All right. In the above example, the component is emitting an event named my event. This is mapped to another event, mapped to either event A or event B, depending on which component is publishing the event. Still here. To see the third party, so to see the emitting component's event name, in this case, event, my event. use event dot internal. What's it called? Very good. Day extension for the win. Internal ident. We don't have to mention it to external ident either. The component that handles the event has to know what type the event, what type the event body is to handle it correctly. We'll say this. Okay, notes. No, we don't have to say that. That is given from here. Don't say that. We don't have that anymore. For example, assuming the input widget emits the event text change, if the input is being used as a username input, it is possible to rename text change event to change username. Okay, we don't need that example now. Sorry, I'm throwing a lot of your code and stuff away, Skylar. I'm just toggling all over it now. We already have that. All right, and then we have this. And this will not panic, all right, because we changed that. Okay, I think this is fine. Okay, runtime. Registering components before using template, they have to be registered with runtime. Wait, Doddy, what do you mean when you said that prototypes aren't? Because the prototypes should be restored, since the prototypes. Oh no, you're right. The prototypes that has had their events change as a result of that. Yep, no, you're right. Never mind. It's all good. Now I know. All right, we wrote about hot reloading already. We mentioned that instance of a component. Prototype, that's right. Yes. Global events. This one is tricky. Yeah. No, it isn't. We already have that explained. Okay. Okay, so the backend can have a little bit more information. Backend. Configuring the backend. Hide cursor, hides the cursor, clear, clears the screen even if enable rule mode. No. Clears the screen. Useful when not enabling alt screen. All right. Okay. I don't think there's anything else to say. Template syntax. This is all good. Comments, attributes. I think we've covered all of this. Okay. Are we... Well, there's a position conversation to be had, right? Wait. Conditional. Ooh, maybe we should mention this. Changing colors and style depending on the condition can be achieved by declaring a constant. All constants are global. Since Boolean values can translate to numbers. Yes, okay. This makes no sense. Why does it say question mark there, right? Let's do... conditional theming, maybe. Okay, either is not shown here, is it? No. Okay, so let's add either in here as well. After conditional theming, if else. Either. Whoops. The question mark symbol can be used to have a fallback value. So we'll say text state dot maybe value or attributes dot maybe this or there was no value. There we go. All right, so it's pretty neat that we can do that. Elements. Okay, then it's just the position widget. Where are you? There you are. What was it that we just did here that's gonna have an impact on this now? There was some change and I can't remember what it was. Absolute relative of the child accepts at most one child. Was it the size of this? You know what? Forget it. I'm sure it will pop up. Okay. Wow, what a useful message. Right, should we go and look at the documentation now? It's going to be super exciting. Are you as excited as I am? We're waiting for this part to disappear. When that disappears, we're going to merge with main. And hopefully, this will be the thing that we publish now. I don't know what bugs there could be in there now. I mean, obviously I know there could be bugs in there, but I don't know what could be oh, there we go. All right, should we merge this now? Should we merge this with main? Yeah, how else, right? Wow, we have merged this into main. In the coming days, assuming no massive bugs are detected, we're gonna publish this on Crates.io as well, and that's gonna be exciting. We will actually release something. Whew. Are you getting invested in Rust, Maniac? I was hanging out in in Codex stream a little bit this morning and in Sergeant Pepper stream, and I saw you there. I didn't say anything because I was working on an issue, and I didn't want to distract myself with too much conversation. Oh, Canvas needs some. So you wait until I merge with main until you tell me. I'm kidding. Yeah, Canvas needs some work. Oh yeah, so we're gonna do the Twitch bot now. But we're on main. Okay, let's start up the bot then. Let's close all this down. Whew, let's MD book. Forget everything. Start again. Do a system update. Okay, let me go and put the kettle on and grab a cup of tea because I need to, and then we're gonna work on the bot. Okay, so hold your horses. Ooh, okay. Wow. I am. I am a bit frazzled. We haven't like officially released this yet, but almost. And maybe the thing is, something just dawned upon me here a little bit, while waiting for tea to be ready. I'm not gonna get to build anything with this, am I? The moment I publish this, I'm just gonna spend my days fixing bugs, right? And dealing with that. Why did you build this thing? So I can spend years maintaining it. Okay. You can build and fix now. It's not the bugs that I find that I'm going to be fixing. It's the bugs that other people find. The moment I publish this to Crates.io and I write a post about this, I'm going to have to make some videos for this as well. And I'll probably do that in the coming weeks, right? Getting started with Anathema and these things. And the moment I publish this, people are going to find a lot of bugs because they do. They're going to try it out. The bugs are going to be ranging from it's not working, which means nothing, right? And then the journey of what is it that isn't working? What is it that you're doing? And what are you expecting to happen? In the end, something else, right? To actual bugs. This is crashing on my IBM 386 using MS-DOS, right? Followed by the questions, can you do this? Can you do that? And when I have to say no, that hurts a little bit. Because people are going to ask if you can build a text editor in this. And even though you can, you can't build it with splits. All right, let me go, not yet. Let me go and grab a tea. All right, so what was I crying about? Yeah, splits, right? I want to make it possible to split components, but to be able to split a component, we need templates to be like referential. So in your template, in the split components template, you'd have something like if horizontal, then hstack state.left, state.right, and then it probably expand these, right? But we don't have to write expand. Else vstack state.left, state.right. Probably better to have A and B, right? But this is just showing the states. So in reality, we need something like split, right? And I don't know what we would pass in there, but we need to have split there and there. And then, so now we have recursive templates. So this is the split component. So it's referring to itself, right? And this, so you can see how this becomes a bit problematic, right? Okay, let me catch up with you guys. There's bugs and everything, yes. 10 gifted fixing your bug. I don't think the bugs are going to come from our community once I release this into the wild and do a bit of promotion of it, right? I think the bugs will come from other users, right? Don't use unsupported hardware for the MS-DOS, right? The joy of infinite bug reports, yes. And the thing is, I am extremely grateful to all of you who has been fixing and answering questions about this. You know who you are on Discord and the likes. It really, really takes a lot of pain away from me. Because I can only spend my time fixing bugs or dealing with issues in like, there's only so much time for it, right? So when other people help out, that makes this so much more bearable, right? That is the question, Scott. If you try to please everyone, you end up pleasing no one. This is true. I made this because I wanted to exist. I'm going to answer the question about Ratatouille shortly. I made this because I wanted to exist. If you don't tell me what you did, what you saw, and what you expect to see, then I ain't fixing your bug. Well, you kind of, we can build issue templates for this, but it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult to debate about PRs, right? If someone submits a PR as of now, that should contain a test. But what if you're writing a PR for something you can't test, right? So it's like, if you can test it, it should contain a test. If you can't test it, then we need to talk about why and what we can do to make it testable, or maybe it doesn't even warrant a test, right? It's just, it's complicated, right? Hello, Felix. All right. M to the M. Let me address your question, right? With a little bit of demoing of what this is, right? How is Anathema different from something like Ratatouille? Well, it has a hot reloadable runtime and a markup language. It is a retained rather than immediate mode UI, which means there's some performance gains that could be had there. I'm not going to talk about which one is more performant than the other for various reasons, but mostly because I didn't really bother to find out, right? I know that both are performant enough, most likely. So why would you want to use Anathema instead of Ratatouille? Okay, well, let me show you an example of, I've used this example in the past, right? If we look at Ratatouille Spotify, there's a Spotify UI built with Ratatouille, okay? So if we go into the demo here and we open up the template, if I run this template like so, we're gonna run this code, you can see what is happening here. I guess we're using this template, right? All right, let's just get rid of some of this stuff. Text, hello, world. All right, all this is changing while I'm running the program. I can easily express my UI like it's not a lot of Rust in here to express this UI, right? It's a vertical stack with a border with some text, and it's all pretty good, right? Let's add a expand around another V stack, and we make this the next one. And now we can have a heading and a footer, right? Easy enough. right? You can hardly see the footer. Let's make that an H stack with a background that is dark gray. Okay, now it's a little bit more visible. Let's add a spacer to expand all this stuff down there, right? Let's do the same thing here. Let's make it red instead. Let's make the foreground black so we can read it. All right, there's our header. Okay, let's put that header text in the middle because why not? Let's have some text here instead that says 0.0, right? There you go. And to be really emphasizing this, we'll make it bold, right? Okay, so you see how easy it is to build and modify a template, okay? And if you do this in Rust code, let's take a look at what Rust TUI Realm looks like, okay? Can you build ASCII portal? I don't know. Maybe you have to show me this, okay? So let's be very clear. This is not me saying one thing is better than another thing. I'm saying we're talking about the verbosity here. I mean, like this. Just look at this thing here, right? This example here. Look how much work it is just to set the background and get all the text properties and everything, right? I mean, I love Rust. I like to program Rust. I wake up and they're like, "Oh, Rust, are you there?" And it's the wife instead, and we have an argument, right? But I don't like writing UIs in Rust. I find it to be a very verbose language to write UIs in. And you can see that in the example here, right? Maybe this has like a getting started. It doesn't. Maybe where's the getting started? They have a bunch of demos in here, right? And this is fine, right? This is perfectly fine. There's no reason why you shouldn't use this other than you don't want to use this, right? But there's a lot of code to do. Well, that's message passing, which is, okay, let's look at a component, right? Let's look at a counter, okay? Right? There's a lot of code here to describe the counter, right? If I want to make a counter, let's go into main. Let's find the parent state, which I've decided to use for this thing, right? We're going to say that the state is just going to be a U32, right? That's all we need. And then we break this thing because we are using a string here. We're not going to have an on key here. Instead, we're going to go and find the tick function here. And we're going to say state plus equals 1. That's it. This is my entire component. It has an untick event that's going to increase state, right? Did I import that or not? All right, it doesn't matter. And we start off with a state of 0. Okay, that's it. This is my entire component. Forget all the complex state and whatever up there. That's me messing around with other things, right? This is the entire component, and this is setting up the runtime. Which is really just clearing the screen, enabling raw mode, hiding the cursor, blah, 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 right? In essence, this is the entire application, okay? And let's go to our parent state now. And I want to make a counter. There's my counter. One line in my UI to have my counter, okay? As you can see, there's a lot more going on here, right? Okay, this is doing things with alignment. I don't know what alignment and foreground and everything they do. They're setting the attributes. We got some borders, we got some alignments in there. We can have that if we want to, right? I can align this to the middle of the screen if I want, right? Do I want a border around this? Sure, right? What else do we say? Well, here's the thing though, right? I'm gonna stop this program now. Here's the thing. I can now run this demo. Target debug demo. And I can give you this file to run. And while you're running this file, I can go in and change this. Right? So you don't have to recompile your program to change the layout. The layout just change it. Even if you don't use hot reloading, restarting the program is a non-issue, right? You can do this. You can have as many of these as you can fit on your screen, right? Maybe you want this one to have a foreground, if you can spell foreground, of magenta, right? You want, whoops, foreground. There you go, right? And let's make it bold so we can see it in all its magentatic glory, right? What is this library? You're saying you're a backend developer? Let me catch up. Deoxys sub-second is excellent. I'm using that for hot reloading in multiple projects, including Ratatouille. Yeah, Deoxys has recently introduced hot reloading, but the one thing that Deoxys can't do is what I just showed you. You cannot ship your templates with your program, right? Here's the thing. Linux users are tremendously wonderful nerds who like to customize their environment to fit what their aesthetic, what pleases them aesthetically, right? So if I give you not only a config file for my program, but I give you the layout, you could literally decide what this should look like, okay? Maybe what you want is a horizontal stack with a bunch of borders around every one of these, right? Maybe this is your ideal. Let's get rid of magenta there, right? Whoops. Whoops, again. There we go. Maybe this is what you want, right? Right? Whatever you want, you can change it to fit your needs, how you want things to work, right? Maybe you want the counter to look like this because you want to run your program down here. Whoops, not that far down, apparently. Down here in Tmux, right? That's what you want to do. You want to have it down there. Maybe someone else wants to run this program differently, right? Let's say that we are going to resize you up to there, and then there we go. And we're going to put it over on the edge like this, and then we make it vertical instead, right? Maybe you want to have your program look like this instead, right? It's entirely up to you. You give the template with your program, anyone can customize it. And the more program built with this, the more people will understand how to customize it. So if I give you a program with AML and you've already used it before, you don't even have to look at the documentation, more or less, right? You can just go, oh yeah, it's AML, right? All you do is blah, 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 and rah, 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 right? And then all of a sudden you have a border around everything, because that's how I like things to be, right? And so, of course, you can build more things than borders. You have positions and floatings and blah, 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 right? You have a lot of things you can do there. It's all good, right? So yeah, there is a lot you can do with this that you cannot do with the other ones, okay? And you see how simple the UI is here. Let me show you what a complex UI looks like. This UI I'm going to show you is more complex than what I have created here, but that's Ratatouille. That's not what I wanted to show you. I thought we had the Spotify thing here. Let's see, maybe Spotify TUI. All right, this has been replaced by Spotify Player. I didn't know this. But let's take this as an example, right? This has a lot going on, but you can kind of see how to express all these in Anathema. These are just vertical stacks with boxes, right? These are not complex UI elements, including this thing, right? And what does it look like to build this UI in Rust code? Again, this is not an issue with Ratatouille. This is an issue expressing things in Rust code, right? That is not the UI. Maybe I should be looking at the app. Where do you see the UI in this? Where is the UI? Audio analysis, mod. There we go. This is the UI. Okay. And table header item, table item, draw help menu. Look at the line numbers. Okay. Draw layout, draw routes, draw library block. Look at the line numbers, follow the line numbers. Why don't you want to do UI layouts in Rust code? Well, this is one of the reasons, okay? It's almost 2,000 lines of code, right? There's a lot going on in that UI, absolutely. But wouldn't you rather have them as individual components, right? So yes, this is why I wanted Anathema to exist, because I don't want to express my layout in Rust. Great with the type safety. Painful when you want the flexibility, right? Oh, ASCII portal. It's portal. Gotcha. Yeah, I've seen that. Spotify Anathema next. I mean, totally. If anyone wants to build it, I don't want to build it. Personally, I don't want to do your layout code at all. No, I agree with that, right? Again, I can't stress this enough. This is not a Anathema is better than everything else. It is Anathema solves a problem in my world that exists when you use strongly typed languages to express your user interface, right? There's one thing that you see with a lot of UI libraries is that they are designed and built, and you see the simple example and how they work, and you'll be like, wow, that's great. But when you go to build something complex with it, it doesn't scale, right? Or it becomes really difficult. If I want to make something more complicated here, let's end this counter. It's just going to go around and around, right? If I want to make something that is somewhat complicated, right, then I can, of course, make a new source complex something rather, right? We're just going to call this my component, and we're going to implement component for my component. There we go, right? Let's just implement default for you for simplicity sake. So we're going to use Anathema component asterisk because I'm a lazy sausage. We're going to use, well, maybe that actually has everything we need, right? And let's make the state a string. It's not really relevant what we do here or how complex this component really is, right? The point is, if we want to add more things, complex was it? If we want to add more things, we can simply do so, right? We've added a component here. Let's make this component work with our library component, or actually we can use default and my component. We're going to name it my comp, and it's going to go to my component.aml. And that's it. We have now added a completely new component to our code, right? So let's make a new one in templates called my component. All right, well, that's good spelling. Component. There we go. You have to spell correctly though, right? Templates, my component.aml, text, I am complex in my brain. All right, that's it. So we should now have an alternate component. So in our parent AML, we can now add at the top here, what did I call that now? My comp, right? Bam, there you go. So instead of you filling this file out with 9 million confusing things, you just make a separate component, like you would in most familiar UI situations, right? But of course, it doesn't end there, because my component is hot reloadable just like everything else. So we can say state here, and what's in that state? Well, you know what? Forget that. Attributes.counter, right? Let's just pass the counter in here. Can you please? All right, counter is state. Bam, now we have the counter in there. If you don't, like, if you can multiply that by 100 if you want, right? And then divide it by 2 because you want, and then add 3 because you want. Like you can mathify these things if you want, right? You can do operations like that, right? So yeah, there's a lot of things that you can do. There is a a lot of extensibility. So imagine that you ship your binary, which generates the state, and your templates, which displays the state, and you say, you make it look the way you want to make it look, right? You're going to use it vertically, horizontally, floating. I don't know. You do you, right? I never seen .aml. What's the full name for Anathema markup language? Yes, there you go. It sounds like YAML. It's obviously very inspired by YAML, right? It's very succinct. I did ask early on if someone had a better version of a markup language we could use that didn't involve curly brackets, and no one did. So this is what we have. Does complex mean it's hard to get right or just very convoluted and so on? No, it's not at all, Yusef. It's not a stupid question. It's more like pretending to make a complex widget here rather than me spending a lot of time writing out the complexity of this thing, right? So you can imagine how you can connect this with a bunch of other things, right? You can connect this with something that will pull data from the interwebs and then you just send that into the UI, right? Anathema does not take ownership of your application. You can run it on a separate thread and just communicate with it. You can run it from an async within an async runtime. Actually, you can't run it, or rather you shouldn't run it within an async task because it's blocking, right? It's going to block until you return stop from the runtime. But you have an emitter that you can use with an async context. So you can spin up another thread for Anathema, run on the method, do whatever you want, and then you use the runtime emitter to send messages into the UI, right? It reminds you of Deoxys. I can tell you that Deoxys is a really interesting prospect. The thing that made me not jump on the Deoxys bandwagon was that they use a Rust macro. So again, even though it's easy to write the descriptors or like to write your UI layout, you can't ship it separately, right? Which is something that I've wanted for a long time, right? I want to be able to have the customization to be uniform, right? Can it run Crisis? Midlife Crisis, maybe. XML doesn't use curly brackets. True, but that's like recommending, you know, no, I can't even, right? XML is not a beautiful language to work with. I think XML is frustrating and overly verbose. And even though you have things like attributes and inner values, you have the same thing here with a lot less text. So I think XML is kind of a bit, right? But it's a personal preference. XML is cringe. Here. It's rare that I like the layout that comes with most two programs. Being able to arrange it how you want is appealing. Exactly. And not only that, you can be good at writing software that provides the data that people want to have, but you might be terrible at UI layout. So why not let your users choose how the UI should be laid out then, right? I'm not particularly good with UI layout. I mean, you see what my examples look like. This is one step up from watching grass grow or paint dry, right? But if you look in the Discord under like screenshots and stuff, what people have done, there's some really cool stuff there, right? Emacs Lisp. Oh, get out of here. Or the eat rust here. Yeah, people can distribute the layout, and we have just recently made it possible to have third-party components, right? So we are gonna have input field. We have input fields now through a separate crate. So if you want to capture inputs and deal with that, you can, right? Which is kind of essential when you're gonna build any kind of UI that is more than unidirectional, right? If you want a UI that can work with user input, then you should probably have things like buttons and stuff. I'll show you the button example again, right? Which was actually written by Londo over here originally. Cargo run example button. So Londo made this work, right? Pressing these buttons will increment and decrement the value. And I enabled mouse support for this, so you can click on these things. And because I can click to focus, you can easily see how I could use right click to open a context menu and things like that, right? Like you can do a lot of cool stuff with this, right? There is a lot of stuff there that's and the guide should be good enough to get anyone going with this as well. Right, I better set this to 25. Let's not be at 20 maybe, so I don't get late. Be a Johnny come lately, right? No, London, not at all. I just enabled mouse events and something else, right? Not an AML registry, but we do have Anathema extras, which will contain custom third-party components. We currently have only an input field there. Let's see if I can easily add that to the demo, right? So cargo add path to projects, Rust, Anathema extras. And now we should be able to register the input widget here from extras. Call it input. And then we're going to use input template maybe. But let's make this into a prototype so we can have more than one, right? So that will be input new maybe, and then input, wait, no, idiot warning. It's input template, input new, and input state new, right? These are the things that we need. I think we probably could have used default here, but okay, this one line here is all I need to add input support to my templates now, right? So if I want to use this input, well, first of all, let's get an event, right? What's that called? On event, right? So here we're gonna match on the event name, and if the event name is, we'll give it a name, all right? Then we're gonna do something. We're gonna ignore all the other events. Let's say that we do this. State is equal to, we'll do this, all right? Event.data is a string. Okay, so we call this on text, on input, enter. We'll do, right? So when you press enter in the input field, we get this data. Okay. Then we're going to parse this into an I32 or a U32 maybe. And we can say if let OK number is equal to that, then state is equal to this number, right? So we get the data from the event. We know that it emits a string. If we can parse the string into a number, we're going to update the state with this thing, right? And that's it. So let's go back to our parent. And at the top here, let's add the input. And on enter is going to point to, what did we call this thing? We called it input enter, like that. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3. Whoops. Invalid type when casting event data. Isn't it a string? Oh, might be. It's text. My bad. Well, it's a custom text thing, right? You good with this, Rust? Did I get the wrong text? Yeah, I did get the wrong text. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I need the input extras. There we go. Whew. How embarrassing. All right, we don't need that. Everything else works as expected. Let's run this thing. And 1, 2, 3. Right? 0. 1, 2, 3. 54. Hello world. Nothing, right? So you can see the simplicity of this, right? We register the third-party component, which could be written by whomever, right? We can even look at the template of the third-party component and modify that to work the way we want to, right? This thing does seem to take up a lot of space, the input, so we should probably do something about that, right? But it was basically one line here to use it, one line here to add it, and then we have an event where we deal with it, right? We get text change events and all these things, right? It could be M to the M, but you would need LLMs to know about this, and I doubt any LLMs have been trained on AML because it's not publicly released yet. But that's me showing you these things and how simple it is to do these things, right? I wasn't really happy about the fact that this thing, the input here, is taking up a lot of but the number's too big. I wasn't happy with the input taking up this much space. All right, let me go and have a look at the input before we get on with what we're supposed to do, right? Extras. We have a container. We have some no padding. Is it the overflow that takes up all that space? That's what it is. It's the overflow. And we need overflow because the text can scroll. Okay, yeah, there's nothing more we can do with that, right? We could do this by saying if attributes dot overflow, then show this, otherwise just show that, and then it wouldn't overflow anymore, but then you wouldn't be able to scroll the text either, so obviously that would be silly. Well, yes, a lot of stuff there. Do we have graphs like for a top type of program? I don't know what you mean. Oh, for a top type of program. Yeah, I don't know if this will run, but this is a top type program. That's probably state.sysname, state.os, state.kernel, state.host, CPU count, state process. I don't know if this is gonna work. I put this together on tick in less than an hour. But yeah, this is an old program. I have no idea what's going on here or what it even does, right? Backend dot finalize isn't there. This is old. Yeah. What would be required to get this working? Where's the for loop? State.processes. What's the state like? Well, it is a value list. That shouldn't be a problem. How do we load this component? We create a new proc and we push back the proc. Yeah, I have no idea, right? But all this code here is like a very, we have htop at home kind of thing, right? I don't know why we have that. I don't know why it's crashing either, right? I have no idea. If we just get rid of the processes, will it run then? There you go, right? But it's not showing the processes, which is kind of rubbish. So I'd have to figure out what's wrong with the process. There are a list of proc. Yeah, I'll unpack that at some point, figure out what the issue is there. But yeah, this is kind of it, right? This is all that you need to do this. I'm a little bit irked by this not working. If we take that out, this should work. No. An empty list is not a problem, right? Let me have a look at this. We have a list. Well, this is something else. We don't need that. We said that our state was that, but actually let's make the state complex instead, right? So state is complex. And of course, because we changed that, we can't do that anymore, nor can we do that anymore. And we can do complex default here instead. Okay, new then. Yeah. So now we have a different state. That's why it says composite there. And if we go into our index, that's not their parent, and we say, all right, let's get rid of all this. VStack for item in state dot list text item. Okay, that works. So what is it that we're doing here that is different? It's an empty list. Okay, let's make it an empty list then. New. Nope, that works too. So that is not it. Okay. Processes is a list of proc. Proc is a state. So why would you not work? All right, let's say that you're a different kind of list then of U32. And it still fails. What will the 2 scroll back and do? So here's another thing. I measured the performance of running Anathema in a single frame and compared that to running LS. And Anathema in a single frame listing files weren't that much slower. So having this one-shot backend where you can make applications like LS or FD or tree or whatever is definitely a possibility. But you don't want to start and run a runtime. You want to just render and then end the whole thing. You don't actually want to go into a runtime. And that's what the scrolling or the one-shot one should be, right? Who will win TI? I don't know what that is, I'm afraid. But this still breaks. Range start index 1 out of range for slice of length 0. What is it trying to do? State.processes. I just don't get this. I'm using 15 gigs of RAM, but I'm gonna assume that's OBS and not Anathema. All right, you know what we're gonna do? I should be working on the bot, but now I'm going a little bit insane in the mainframe. So we're gonna attach a debugger to this. So we're gonna break Rust panic. Whoops, break Rust panic. No, isn't it a break? I thought it was a break. We have break, 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 R break, regular expression break, not a break, R break, Rust panic. Thank you, brain. Continue. And then we're going to go up from here till we get into the anathema runtime for the loop. Okay, so an index has been removed here. Why? This change is a removal of 0. Why was that removed? Do we remove anything? I don't see. Pop back. Oh, I thought I fixed this bug 100 years ago. I thought I fixed this bug 100 years ago. When we're trying to pop back, I think this is trying to pop back when there is nothing. So this value is an option. Oh. All right. Okay. Good thing we started looking at that because I just saw a bug. All right. Easy enough to fix. All right. Thankfully. That's it. That's a bug fix right there. Oh, so frustrating. I thought it was all right. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, there we go. Bam. Oof. Sorry. I stopped that from happening. Yeah. All right. There we go. Okay. Wow. What a nightmare. But. Oh yeah, and then I changed this to something else. Insane again, right? But there you are, right? Here's a bunch of processes. Now, it doesn't make a lot of sense. You can see OBS and ATOP and things in there, right? The point is, all the information is there, right? All right, let's do this then, right? So cargo run in release mode for no reason whatsoever. Again, I've wrote this thing in like half an hour. The information is already out there. That's why this thing is obviously not entirely impressive. But let's say that we do this, right? H-stack. Okay. No, come on, man. H-stack. Learn to write. Okay. So you can modify these things. We should probably have made these into like percentages instead and strings. But we can at least add the percentage sign to this. So the percentage sign is there. Process name, and then we put a span underneath this with foreground yellow, right? Okay. Again, you can make this look a lot nicer than what it does, right? And if we actually tweak the percentages to not have 6 million decimal points, that would be a lot nicer as well, right? Can I write a test for said bug? I should, but I'm not going to. Instead, I'm going to release this fix very quickly. But maybe I can write a bug that proves the existence of the bug before I fixed it. So if we do this, and then we're gonna pop front from an okay, let's do this. Test pop empty list, and we create a list, and then we do list.pop front. I'm hoping this will panic now. It didn't. Why didn't it panic? Oh, right. So the reason this isn't panicking is because it's not an issue with the list. It's an issue with the template being notified that something was removed that wasn't removed. So I guess, do we get the changes here? Okay, so this thing, do we have, let's do this. And this thing should have assert equal changes length or changes is empty. And that's an assertion. Okay. This should pass. Should pop empty list, either pop back and pop front should return an empty list. Yes, phone, I know. Okay, so now, thank you, Londo, by the way, for not letting me be a grifter and push code that isn't tested, right? Or without tests, right? And now it's passing. Okay, so let's do this. Get diff. There we go, right? We're not on main, now we know. Git add, and we're adding the default. So this is renaming that to default. So that was never in there. Okay, so we're gonna commit this. Bug fix, pushing or popping empty list generated. Popping empty list generated changes. Also renamed from default to default. There we go. Oh shit. Don't write more bugs. No, I'm writing less bugs. So cargo nightly FNT cargo test all. Cargo nightly format cargo test all. No, cargo test all. Make sure that it's working. Yes, okay. Git add, git commit, amend, force push. Done. All right. So that's fine. Okay. So I was supposed to work on the bot and I ran out of time. What a surprise. What an absolute surprise. Must pass test on it before merging into dev. Well, I pushed this to dev, so I shouldn't have done that. But we're going to make sure that the action is okay here, and then we can submit a bug fix to... Yeah, all right, it's already done. Let's just add this to main as well then. Really? It's not going to give me... do you maybe want to merge something? Dev to main. This is a little bit grody that I included this change. Well, it's not here in the example. That I included this change in this one, but you're okay doing this for now. No, I don't want to discuss anything. Just let me create the pull request. What's wrong? Git. What's wrong now? I'll learn about pull request. No, I don't want to learn about pull request. I want to create a pull request. Okay, apparently I'm not allowed to. No, I didn't. All right, then. Okay, now I can. Oh, look, it's main and dev. Ooh, and then create a pull request. Yay. Maybe it was alt to default. Yeah, I gave it too long of a name. I have to go. That's not really annoying because I want to work on the bot, but maybe I'll eat some lunch and I'll come back and we work on the bot afterwards. So I don't know how long this call is gonna take. Maybe it'll be half an hour, maybe an hour. I don't know. But no, thank you, Marvin. You're absolutely right. 5 minutes. I gotta be on that call, and then we'll merge this anyway. There we go. Okay. Right. Don't eat too much ketchup. That's gross, Bonin. Go to your room. I'll see you guys when I get back, if I get back.